Union's second technical seminar on the prevention of cancer from professional work-related cancer within the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU. And today we have representatives of the National Institute of Safety at Work who will present to us the conclusions of the parallel sessions that took place yesterday. We have with us Mr. Jiménez Sabreda, who's going to summarize the number 1 of carcinogenics not included in REACH. Then Cristina Ramirez, who will talk to us about the key issues of the session number 2, work-related processes and prevention of the exposure to carcinogenics. And finally, Rosa María Aparicio, who will present the conclusions of the parallel session number 3 on asbestos. I'll give the floor first to Ruth Jiménez.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
So good morning, everyone.
Introduction, Rocío. I will be summarizing the first session that was dedicated to carcinogens outside the scope of REACH. This means that either they're regulated somewhere else or they process-generated substances. Therefore, no information is provided in safety data sheets, and they're more difficult to be identified and assessed at the workplace. The first talk during the session was delivered by Gerlinde Ziniel from the Federal Ministry of Labour and Economy of Austria and focused on the roadmap challenges within the targeting innovation pillar, that's the 4.2 process-generated carcinogens. And in this case, she described a project on silica dust. Despite millions of workers in Europe that are exposed to process-generated carcinogens, little attention has been paid to the issue. She described that the first challenge of the project, it was a clear definition of what qualifies as a process-generated chemical, and that definition was needed. So the criteria that a substance must meet to be considered as a process-generated substance, it was that it should be accidentally generated during a work activity and must result from degradation of the original material. She described that 2 types of activities were found to be responsible for all identified processes, and there was combustion, like diesel fumes, welding fumes, or abrasion, such as sanding, grinding, and milling. She also described an action they took in Austria, and there was a labor inspector campaign. So this campaign was carried out to sensitize employers to the new Austrian lower limit for silica dust, that is 0.05 milligrams per cubic meter, and to advise on low dust working environment on construction sites and also on the surface mines. The campaign was divided into 2 phases. The nice phase, the first phase, was on advisory, and the second phase was on control. They visited almost 2,000 companies and about 250 surface mines and 2,000 companies on construction. So I think that the result of the campaign was the results were quite remarkable, since they on the first phase the knowledge on silica, it was from 44%, and it went up to 91% on phase 2. So the proportion of companies that have taken technical measures against exposure to fine dust also doubled as well, from 44% in phase 1 to 75% in phase 2. So the results at the end were that 80% of companies comply with the new limit value, but 20% are still required to take appropriate measures. So during the project, they identified several barriers. The first one was about the definition. The second one was that technical measures such as dust extraction tools, despite being widely available, they were not sufficiently used at the workplace. And also awareness on the danger of exposure to process-generated carcinogens was very low, and therefore needs to be strengthened. So the lessons learned after the inspection campaign was success in raising awareness, stimulate the use of extraction tools, and increasing the use of technical measures via change of company culture and best practice cases. The second presentation was delivered by Pablo Menendez from the National Institute on Silicosis, and it focused on diesel engine exhaust emission. As you all know, diesel fumes contain a complex mixture of gases and particulate matter. So the project was carried out to assess the risk from exposure to diesel fumes in underground mining and tunneling activities. So the aims of the research study were determining diesel fumes exposure of underground mine workers and assessing the influence of heavy-duty machinery present in the facilities. Over 21 underground mines and 1 underground tunnel were assessed. So this represents about 3,200 workers approximately. The contaminants that they were looked at during the project were toxic gases, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide. And also, of course, organic and elemental carbon. The study results show, they took 136 samples were taken. They used direct reading devices. As you can imagine, in mining, having a direct result is very important. So they use these devices, but also they compare it with a passive sampling and active sampling with solvent tubes and filters. For carbon, the method they used was the NIOS 5040. It was adapted to a sampler for respirable fraction. So the findings since they started the project in around 2017, they observed ventilation and extraction improvements. They also observed heavy-duty machinery renewal. So by implementation of emission control systems, cabin enclosure with filter air, cleaner vehicles to transport people, and better knowledge on use of machinery, maintenance, cleaning, routine inspection. They also improved the isolation of restrooms and also an improvement on administrative controls. So the trend throughout the years since 2017, it was a reduction on the level of gases and elemental carbon by using the combination of ventilation and vehicles with emission controls. So the levels of nitrogen oxides and carbon, elemental carbon, was reduced. However, the conclusions of the projects were that moderate exposure to nitrogen oxides is still happening, despite lowering the exposure throughout the years. And they observed during the project that even with that reduction, companies may struggle to comply with the latest exposure limit values. Also, high exposure to elemental carbon was observed, and in particular for standing operators and those using open cabin machinery. We have the third presentation. There was a very nice project carried out in our institute in Barcelona, and the presentation was delivered by Nuria Jimenez. And this project focused on hazardous medicinal products in hospitals, and they carry out a survey at different hospitals in Spain to find out the current situation related to hazardous medicinal products. So the project, they tried to identify what was the level of identification of these hazardous drugs in the hospitals, what were the groups of workers potentially exposed to them, what was the risk assessment process, and what control actions were being taken. And this scenario could be used as a starting point to help determine which aspects will need to be addressed and future actions to ensure the health and safety of workers in the healthcare sector. And she stressed out that we currently have 2 definitions on hazardous medicinal products. That's a definition from NIOS in the United States, and another definition in Europe that was through the guidance from the EU-OSHA in a guidance that was published in 2023, because these definitions, they're not quite the same. So the project that they did in Barcelona, they took into account the NIOS definition. The EU-OSHA definition takes into account hazardous medicinal products that are classified 1A or 1B under the CLP regulation, whereas the NIOS definition includes other effects produced by these substances. So during the project, the sample size, they aim for 34 public hospitals but they got 22 respondents. And the survey was carried out considering the entire life cycle of these active substances: manufacture, formulation, transport, delivery, administration, and disposal. So the results of the project were that control measures were taken during preparation and also during administration of these hazardous medicinal products, either by using biological safety cabinets, class 2, robots, and also designated areas, and using as well closed system transfer devices or the Luer lock systems. And administrative controls at different levels were applied depending on the hospitals, like labeling, use of dedicated areas, and signposting for preparation, administration, disposal, and laundry areas, and identification of textiles contaminated with hazardous medicinal products. So the conclusions of the project were that the survey shows different implementation of control measures in different hospitals. Hazardous medicinal products handled are identified, although labeling should be improved throughout the life cycle of the medicinal product. Engineering controls are fully implemented during preparation and administration. And organizational measures are better implemented when direct exposure activities happen, for example, preparation, administration, and disposal, compared to indirect exposure activities, such as washing or handling excreta. And the last presentation focused on hardwood dust, and it was delivered by Torum Klinglen from Stami in Norway. And they carry out research on exposure to wood dust and associated components during the wood processing work. So employees can be exposed to wood dust at carpentry workshops, wood product factories, and the wooden house industry. And as you all probably know, the health effects of exposure to wood dust, cancer and other respiratory diseases. Norway has an exemption of, this industry has an exemption from the national prohibition or recirculation of air. So they look at not only wood dust, but of course from wood dust, you have softwood from pine, fir, spruce, and hardwood dust from oak, beech ash, silver birch, etc. They look at cellulose, semicellulose, and lignin, and other components in the wood dust, such as resin acids, endotoxin, fungi, bacteria, as well as volatile compounds such as monoterpenes, aldehydes, and total VOCs, which you all know that they all cause health problems. And the dust generated in these activities was from abrasion, like sanding, grinding, milling, sewing. And they have, in Norway, the current occupational exposure limits are 2 milligrams per cubic meter for total dust for softwood, and 1 milligram per cubic meter inhalable dust for hardwood, a mixture of hardwood and softwood. So the objectives of the project were systematic mapping of the exposure to wood dust and associated components among employees in the construction industry to obtain representative and comparable measurements necessary to assess the exposure differences in companies with and without air recirculation. And other actions they were looking at was high pressure water mist or cleaning procedures during the project. The results were that exposure to wood dust from a mixture of hard and softwood types was higher than the exposure from softwood. The 75th percentile exceeding the occupational exposure limit for hardwood and mixture of hard and softwood of 1 milligram per cubic meter of inhalable dust. The exposure level to monoterpenes, formaldehyde, and acetate was below the limit for all employees, and exposure to microbial components was also very low for all employees. With regard to the circulation of air, it did not have any significant effect on exposure to wood dust from softwoods. I think this is quite expected. I mean, if you have a system that filter the air and is properly maintained, the air shouldn't have any problem, and that's what they found. And when working with a mixture of hard and soft woods, only air recirculation was practiced. Torum mentioned that this practice was carried out to save energy. And with respect to cleaning procedures, the most common cleaning method was compressed air. I was happy to know that this bad practice happens somewhere else apart from Spain, and it also happens in Norway. So other people does bad practices as well. Sweeping and blowing with compressed air are methods that resuspended settled dust, and the vacuum and wet mopping washing is desirable. And regarding the effect on high pressure water mist, exposure to inhalable wood dust when working with a mixture of hard and soft woods was lower with a humidification system than without. And the conclusions of the project were that workers in the woodworking industry might be exposed to wood dust above the current occupational exposure limit. And results indicate that cleaning procedures, mist systems, and a well-maintained ventilation system may be more important when it comes to air quality than whether the factory utilizes air recirculation. And I think this is all from the first session for all of those who missed it. And any questions you may have at some point, I'm happy to answer it. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Comentaré brevemente los aspectos.
As Rocío mentioned, I'm going to talk about the most relevant aspects from session 2. In this session, the thread line of the different talks was the presentation of several works for some of the things that had to do with Objective 4 of the roadmap on carcinogens that look at innovation in order to bridge the gap between the results of the research and the real needs of companies. The session was chaired by Ambra Frinoid, and it had the participation of 4 speakers, expert speakers. First, Mari Meima from TNI, then Maria Teresa Sanchez Cabo from Linz, José Terol from Repsol, and finally Mijaela Cleva from Bauer. And the different speakers agreed on stressing the relevance of several of the key aspects for the prevention of work-related cancer, such as the identification, which is essential. These experts spoke that given that this is disease with long latency and that can have several symptoms, sometimes they go under-identified. They spoke about the need to work harder so that all the participants know the substances and processes that can lead to work-related cancer and the application of the corrective preventive measures. In this item, they also stressed the importance of giving the companies and workers with enough help and tools to achieve that objective. Moreover, they spoke about the need to participate and to have the collaboration of all the stakeholders, uniting knowledge and multiplying efforts across Europe. Within that collaboration, they stressed the importance of science in order to direct innovation towards the necessary strategies in order to replace carcinogenic products in work environments. They also said that safe processes and action protocols are key to prevent exposure to those agents. With regards to this last topic, in the first talk, they stressed the importance of the work carried out around the 4.3 challenge regarding safe work procedures. They establish under which conditions we can carry out specific tasks, and their validation implies that they have been previously assessed, including a specific number of measurements in the worst conditions reasonably predictable, so that during the execution of those tasks we can ensure with a certain level of certainty that the threshold limits will not be surpassed. Therefore, the safe work procedures can be implemented for this across the several companies that carry out the same activities and for the people exposed to the same agent, instead of doing individualized measurement for each activity and each company. Therefore, they have the potential of becoming a very profitable way and efficient manner in order to guarantee the protection of health workers. And this is especially advantageous in the case of small and medium-sized companies. During the talks, we saw the presence of the member states of many safe work-related procedures and practices, although not many of them have been validated. During the talks, they presented a success case in the Netherlands in terms of the application of a safe work procedure for welding that was started with sector companies and that had the approval of the labor inspections based on an online assessment, after which they decided what was the exposure of the worker, and they started an action plan if the maximum threshold was surpassed. They also stressed the importance of accepting the legislation for work or safe work procedures, having an influence on their implementation of the legislation. Despite all the current challenges, we saw that safe work procedures are a very valuable task and efficient action, and that what's needed for that is the cooperation of the different players and awareness raising about their benefits. And regarding awareness raising, this is one of the key aspects that was highlighted in the second talk, during which they spoke of the most relevant elements of the campaign Let's Avoid Today, Tomorrow's Work-Related Cancer, launched by the INE, giving visibility to the fact that in the work environment, when there could be exposure to carcinogenic substances, there could be the origin of a future work-related cancer. This was aimed at business owners, employees, and labor inspectors in order to make sure that they raised awareness about the need to collaborate, the importance of this work-related cancer, the processes that generate it, in order to be able to identify the exposure in the work environment and to inform about preventive measures. As part of this campaign, the INSS published on its website technical, practical material, leaflets, posters, graphs, short videos, and they also presented the new technical collection entitled Carcinogenic Agents at the Workplace, Things to Prevent, with different technical data for the most relevant agents, considering those where there could be a greater number of employees exposed and or that are subject to future regulatory changes or are more commonly found in the workplace. In this documentation, these technical data files, we find useful information such as the main risks for health, preventive measures, safety at work, etc. And for all of these agents, they published posters with information, practical information for employees. However, sometimes we know that it is not easy to anticipate the presence of carcinogenic agents at work. And the third talk spoke about the management in those cases, presenting a specific case for work with potential risk of exposure to chromium-6 in gas turbines and steam turbines at high temperatures, about 400 degrees. These equipments that have chromium have anti-adherent products for the normal operation. And given the presence in the composition of calcium oxide at those temperatures, it produces the oxidation of chromium-3, which is present on the metal parts of those elements, that it changes, and chromium can be found in its form that is classified as a carcinogenic agent. Given the presence of this potential agent, the information that was proposed by several turbine suppliers, they carried out several actions. First, they identified scenarios with potential exposure to that agent, such as the programmed outages or during repair of the equipment. At the same time, they identified this potentially affected equipment, and based on prior information, they carried out a review of risk assessment. Based on that new risk assessment, they carried out a new action protocol, and after informing all the companies affected and informing the employees involved, it was applied. That protocol had a series of specific measures, such as limiting access, the signaling of those work areas, decontamination areas for the workers, compulsory use of PPEs, including kits to identify hexavalent chromium, cleaning procedures, the use of protective equipment, and the management of the generated waste as hazardous waste. Finally, a very interesting measure was that they applied a replacement measure to have oils exempt from calcium oxide in their composition. When we look at the replacement measures in the last talk, they spoke about the objectives and key advancements made on Challenge 4.1 in the roadmap in order to shorten the distance between the results of the study and the real needs at the workplace, in order to improve carcinogenic exposure during the whole life cycle of those substances and materials. In that talk, they spoke about the planning of that challenge based on different stages. First of all, the identification of similar initiatives in the framework of the Horizon Europe program or other relevant programs in order to find synergies. Secondly, cooperation with the initial players identified in the roadmap, and result transfer of all the research done. As a robust starting point, they drafted a report, an initial report, to give a comprehensive view of the programs and strategies that were present and were being implemented in the EU. After a deep analysis, they identified a total of 16. During the talk, they highlighted several of the most promising activities, such as cancer mission, the European Partnership for the risk assessment of carcinogenics, the SASCEM platform, and an exchange of information and knowledge amongst the industry and researchers, especially in the context of sustainable chemical products. And finally, a cluster of the digital space and industrial sectors in order to make sure that they use the results of the roadmap and apply it to new projects within the circular economy initiative. During the talk, they said that the existing gap between the industry and the science can be bridged by increasing awareness and by interrelating all the stakeholders. During the whole session, there was large consensus amongst the speakers, and they left some very interesting conclusions. Thank you very much.
Cada una de las de modelo de gestión
¿Tiene los micros de mano? Sí. Estamos mal parados. Pues dámelo, vale. Se me ha caído.
Sí, ahora sí. Vale, hay que darle al on, a donde se enciende. Vale, vale. Perdón por la interrupción. Bueno, como...
Well, apologies for technical issues. As I was saying, I would like to thank speakers for their contribution to the asbestos session. We understand that all of them include important elements that help us advance in health and safety at work. And I would like to offer you a summary and conclusions on the first speaker presented by Diana Torremocha about prevention management and interventions in the presence of asbestos-containing materials in firefighting and rescue operations. A proposal for a preventative management system is proposed based on the best available practices, as well as on the development of safe work procedures that take into consideration both specific circumstances of the task carried out, as well as information related to exposure risk, so that in as much as possible, health and safety of firefighting and search and rescue operators is ensured. Therefore, this proposal entails thinking ahead about the best work procedures, including preventative measures to be implemented in each of the expected scenarios, and so that personnel is aware about the need to have training about those operations and also to carry out necessary preventative and protection measures. Well, the speaker provided data showing the number of men and women that are employed in this sector in the European Union, nearly 350,000, Spain ranking second with the highest number of firefighters, accounting for 42,000, and also with the specific characteristic of a high and variable percentage of firefighters that work on a voluntary basis, 13% in Spain, one of the lowest in the EU, whereas in Germany, the percentage of volunteer firefighters accounts to 90%. That group of professionals should take into consideration gender perspective, and it is estimated that women can account between 8 to 20% of the staff. So therefore, this is to be taken into consideration when it comes to selecting personal protection equipment. The speaker proposed a number of preventative measures to be implemented whenever the nature or characteristics of the operation allows it, starting off by preventative and organizational measures, including the collective measures, followed by personal hygiene measures, and finishing off with personal protection equipment. The presentation finished by highlighting that those preventative measures explained in the presentation are in line with the directives and all the guidelines set out in health and safety at work in recent years. Next, we had a presentation by Romy Marks from the Federal Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. Title of presentation was Preventative Management and Interventions in the Presence of Asbestos-Containing Materials in Germany. She described the actions that have been taking place to tackle asbestos problem and that has been channeled through a national dialogue aimed at finding practical solutions and in view of existing challenges that have been long-standing and as well as a result of the provisions in Directive 148. In Germany, asbestos continued to be an urgent challenge in a country where 80% of the buildings were built before 1993, time where asbestos was limited. Added to that is the lack of awareness about presence of asbestos in construction sector. It was mentioned that there were nearly 700,000 workers in the construction sector that find difficulty in seeing these hidden risks and therefore difficulty in advancing safe work procedures. To understand the magnitude of the issue, which is not exclusive of Germany, the European Agency for Chemical Substances estimates that after removing asbestos across the EU, a number of construction workers will be potentially exposed to the risks related to presence of asbestos in buildings to be renovated. In this context, the Federal Ministry of Labor decided to open a dialogue that it was open and transparent, including the stakeholders in waste disposal, environment, together with labor inspectors, employees and employers, as well as associations, professional associations such as consumer associations or architects association. Speaker explained that the results of the dialogue led to several items, including the obligation to implement new procedures in the construction sector, development of a platform including all the guidelines that were generated throughout the dialogue, and as well as reshaping, redefinition of some of the guidelines, and also establishing a specific guideline for the construction sector that has been very welcomed, and also developing models for qualification and training, which is known as modular qualification, and as also as the introduction of exposure matrix to be included within the technical rules. She said that the matrix has 516 entries and it is under continuous development. Matrix includes 3 levels of risk: low, medium, and high, depending on the fiber concentration on the air. And for different management, ways of managing risk is assigned to each of those levels of risk. If we are talking about low fibers, the requirements of qualification expected or that are to be found in workers carrying out those actions and tasks will be lower and proportional to the risk they are exposed to. And last presentation about risk assessment of asbestos exposure in France, detection by site promoter and establishment of work procedures by the employer. Colleagues from the Ministry of Labor in France, Jeremy de Saint-Jean and Thomas Collin, talks about the characteristics and the implications of French regulation, where law of 2012 regulated works in the presence of asbestos and distinguishes 2 main players: the site promoter and the employer executing it. Among the obligations of the site promoter is establishing, in case where there is potential risk exposure to asbestos, study about the presence of materials containing asbestos known as RAT. This is mandatory for all the facilities or buildings that were built before 1993. To facilitate decision-making, the French regulation identifies 6 priority areas to identify those buildings and facilities. Buildings, infrastructure for transportation, civil works, railroad sectors, naval sector, and aeronautical sector, and as well as facilities or infrastructures, as well as equipment used for industrial activities. In each of those classifications, studies about presence of asbestos is based on the specific technical rules that were produced by the French agency that takes into consideration different rules and regulations to identify those facilities, and that they are based on the different ordinances that were developed for the execution or enforcement. In that country, authorization for the implementation of those methodology entails that the site promoter is to be a specialist and should have mastered the type of research that will carry out across the 6 areas that I've just mentioned. It should be mentioned that amendment of Directive on Asbestos includes a similar player known as qualified operator, and its director has been transposed in national practices and conformity with the national law. The requirements to obtain a competence or qualification certificate for each of the areas of activities that I have just mentioned requires theoretical training on the research of materials containing asbestos, and it also requires study of 5 scenarios with asbestos across 1 year. If after those practices the worker is qualified, he will receive a qualification certificate, making the employer suitable to work in the areas for which he has been qualified. On the other hand, the site promoter establishes work procedures on site where personal and environmental measurements play a significant role, as stated under the directive, to verify during the phases of preparation, execution, and decontamination that the work has been safely carried out and that fulfills with the established occupational limit in France, or a public threshold value limit that will be applied to the samples. So decontamination of asbestos fibers on the air are carried out by follow 3 standards: for sampling, for air measurements, and for analysis of the filters. Analysis are carried out through microscope electrons, and the works are also classified in 3 levels. The main conclusion, and I'm finishing on this point, main conclusion from that session is, on the one hand, the need to continue advancing in improvement health and safety at work by detecting and registering presence of asbestos, establishing programs for the safe removal of materials containing asbestos, improving and qualification and training. We agree that the implementation of the directive on asbestos will indeed advance the improvement on the work procedures, and it would also lead us to eventually achieve full elimination of asbestos. And to finish off, I would like to share with you my personal reflection. The experiences that were shared in this event or in similar events allow us to exchange views, to exchange knowledge, to get trained, and to improve our capabilities to propose preventative criteria and measurements in the activities that entail working with asbestos. Thank you very much.
Esto. Gracias.
Ayer abordamos, entre otras cuestiones, la necesidad de generar.
Yesterday, we mentioned about the need to generate information about exposure to carcinogenic substances at the workplace, but reminding everyone that cancer has a long latency period, so therefore it is extremely important to prevent today the cancer of tomorrow. So therefore it is extremely important to tackle the risks that the new jobs associated to energy transition will entail. And for that, we would like to open the floor to Rudiger Pipke, that he will address us, and he comes from the Health and Safety Institute in Germany, and he will talk about green transition and OSH.
Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to talk to you about decarbonization and OSH. I like to give an overview on the future and try to put our work on occupational safety and health into the framework of a lot of activities which are ongoing and change the handling of chemicals. First, I have to go back. This presentation is done together with my colleague Rolf Packroff. He's a scientific director in our department. So, I would like to give you an overview on strategies and initiatives, and I can tell you there are a lot of initiatives and strategies are ongoing and changing. Then I will focus on the way how to make safe to use chemicals and materials. And finally, as a summary, I would like to give you information on some challenges for the occupational safety and health. So, looking at strategies and initiatives, you will see here 6 items I want to talk about. One item, one slide. We will start with the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals, then we go to the European Green Deal. Chemical strategy of sustainability is the next. What is safe and sustainable by design, and what is the difference between safe and sustainable supply with critical raw materials? And finally, I would like to introduce you to the new EU battery regulation and what does it mean for us working with carcinogens. So you might know the 17 UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. I have highlighted 3 of them, which have a close relation to occupational safety and health. And these are good health and well-being, decent work and economic growth, and responsible consumption and responsible production. Based on this, in 2020, the new Commission developed the European Green Deal with a lot of goals you can see here. On the right side, it is planned to be the first climate neutral continent in many, many years. But if you look at the second bullet point, one aim is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. That's not too far away to the level from 1990. Based on this, one part of this Green Deal is a chemical strategy for sustainability. This is also being published, I think, in 2020. And it's a long-term vision for EU chemicals policy. The main focus is on innovating safe and sustainable EU chemicals. The next 2 points are dealing with a legal framework to make it simpler and stronger. And the fourth point is we want to combine the knowledge on chemicals. We talked yesterday on databases, and this is also kind of this activity. And finally, the EU seeks to be the example for global sound management of chemicals. And based on this, we want to have a toxic-free environment, whatever that means, because I'm a biologist and chemist by education, and the environment is full of toxic substances, so it's not so easy. We on the chemical strategy for sustainability, we developed the JRC, the Joint Research Center in ISPRA, developed recommendation what is inherently safe and sustainable, and what is a chemical and a material. And it's important to have this to further develop the direction of the creation of new chemicals. So they made some basic criteria, what is sustainable, and how to evaluate whether something is sustainable. Sorry. And from our point of view, we think we need to have safe to use and environmentally friendly chemicals that should not pose any burden on future generations. And preferably, it should be integrated into the design of a chemical or of a material. But now we come to the other side. You know, we have some crises, wars in Ukraine and now in Israel. And we had the Corona crisis, where the supply chains were disrupted. And on the other hand, we have a report on critical raw materials and on circular economy. And the goal is now, I think they decided last week in the trilogue, that on the EU level there should be 10% of all of the strategic raw materials should be extracted on the land of the EU. The processing capacity should be 40%, and recycling of this strategic raw material should be 25%. Last point is not so important for occupational safety, but this set goals which interfere with other goals we have just learned. And to make it clearer, this is a list of the strategic raw materials. And in the middle column, you see some representative substances, and in the right column here, you see some classification. I don't want to go to each of these substances, but you can easily find out that there are a couple of substances which are toxic for reproduction, which are carcinogenic or mutagenic. And these are substances which are being used, and the use should be extended. So if you come now to the battery regulation, we see yes, the amounts of collected materials should increase, and we have also minimal amounts of substances of very high concern. So in the REACH pronunciation, it's SVHCs, like cobalt, lead, lithium, and nickel. And this interferes with taking those substances out of the substance circles. And the national competent authorities also received the power to do restrictions like in REACH. So we can have restrictions on the certain use of one of these substances within the production or the recycling of batteries. The companies have to follow a specific policy to care about the substances and about the workers and the environment. And one number at the end shows that this is a significant topic to think about. this is just an estimation, but it said that we in the future will have 800,000 people in the production of these batteries if we move forward to electromobility. And then it's really questionable whether we get a toxic-free environment. I make one example with a state-of-the-art battery. It looks, it's a small, medium-sized battery, but you see what you need in the moment, like 4.5 kilo of lithium or 12 kilo cobalt. And I take this one and I try to put it into a framework we have in Germany. You might have heard from the traffic light model we have for the risk assessment for carcinogens, with a tolerance level and an acceptance level. And I think in the moment, therefore, the red arrow, we are in the phase of the not tolerable area with this nickel, manganese, cobalt cells. But we move forward to other cells. They are all already being marketed with only lithium as a problematic substances. And I hope in the future, and there's a lot of research going on, we have sodium-ion cells which are not that dangerous for the workers and for the environment. State of the art is in the moment disassembly, and I couldn't believe it when I heard it the first time. Then the whole thing is shredded. And then separation started. And the final thing in the moment is so-called black mass. And now we have some discussions whether this is still waste or whether this is still already a raw material. I don't know how this discussion ends. But the next step is to get this battery-grade materials back out of this black mass, and this is under investigation, and first pilot plants are under construction to try by different methods. I showed you, you can have it in a liquid or in a more heat environment to get the materials out of this black mass. So I want to go to safe-to-use chemicals and materials, what we think, what is important for this. And we have three levels, I would say, which we think, which is direct safe-to-use chemical. The direct safe-to-use, designing the properties of a chemical or material or even a product with low risk. The other way is designing exposure potential of chemicals and materials, so looking at a low exposure. Or the third level, which is not the favorite level, but still it's a good level, designing low-risk application of chemicals, materials, and products. And I will, in the next few slides, give you one example for each. First is direct safe-to-use. We have a look at carbon fibers. When we did research on carbon nanotubes, when we look at the risk, we also looked at the larger carbon fibers, which are very widespread used, like for airplanes, for cars, for wind power plants. And we found out occasionally, by chance, that we have different debris if these fibers are processed. And on the right photo you can see you get these fibrous fractures if you work on this special kind of carbon fibers, and they look like asbestos fibers. So we are a bit worried that these carbon fibers, if they are processed, produce really a significant amount of this kind of WOHA fibers. So we would prefer to go to the left picture, where the fractures are more like granular and not so dangerous. What we learned is that safe design is possible. But we also learned from a couple of projects with a product designer or with a manufacturer those people are engineers and they don't know not a lot about occupational safety and health. And so they were often thankful that we give them some ideas how to maybe change the production of certain fibers. And we also think it's really necessary to introduce some of these health hazards to the education of these engineers. Coming to the integrated safe to use. Low emission forms of use is this research project we are just performing. I think it will be finalized next year. We're looking at chemicals which could be used in certain ways. And on the left column you see some examples which where the formulation of chemicals reduces exposure. And based on this, we develop a little database where you can choose tools, you can choose the way chemicals are, and this gives you then on the right column information on how good is this tool, this form of a chemical to reduce the exposure if you handle it in the workplace. So it says roughly no effect on exposure, low effect on exposure, high effect, so that it's maybe sensible to use one of those. And finally, supported safety use. This is a different approach. The example is the respiratory sensitizing diisocyanates. We initiated a restriction of these substances in REACH, and one outcome is a mandatory training for the workers. And this is according to the specific use in a specific situation with a certain diisocyanates. And this has been implemented in August this year. And the manufacturer are allowed to sell these substances only if it is proven that the workers are trained especially for handling these substances. And alternatively, you can produce products and so on if the concentration is below below 0.1 weight percent. But we want to go further in this, and we want to review whether this restriction works and improves really the safety of the workers. So we started feasibility study in 2020, whether we can make a epidemiological study, and we decided yes, we can. We have enough companies to participate. So we started a cohort study and a randomized intervention study last year, but this will go another couple of years. And this has been added by a market survey where we want to see whether this restriction affects the market of substances which contain diisocyanates, and we want to concentrate on the construction industry. And this has been finalized, the first market survey, just a week ago or so. And we want to repeat this one in 5 years or in 3 years, we don't know exactly now, but we want to see whether you can see an effect by this restriction. So this is an example for supported safe to use. So finally, challenges for OSHA. One have keep something into mind. It's not easy for the chemical industry to change everything because they rely a lot on carbon. You know, all the plastics are based on carbon. This is one point, and the other point, it's always energy intensive. Tasks are development and destruction of strategic raw materials. I talked about that. We need to recover the raw materials at the end of the life, try to extend the lifespan of products, and one should also, in the middle or long run, think of energy-saving redesign of production of chemicals. You can do it by biotechnology. It's very common in the pharmaceutical industry, but why not in the production of chemicals? And one thing we should keep in mind, safe and sustainable by design is not the same that safe and sustainable by supply, but they should be considered together. And our goal should be that the new jobs in the circular economy should also be safe and sustainable in terms of occupational safety and health. And finally, my last slide, I can give you an example where this could happen. I didn't know before, but there's also a raw materials information system which offers fact sheets. And it says for cobalt, this is dangerous for humans, and that's it. Yeah, it is being classified as carcinogen. But if you can then make a connection to what we offer in the roadmaps, fact sheets on how to put cobalt and how to work with cobalt in the occupational safety and health area, we have a nice connection between strategies which are maybe on the first view contradicting, but I think there is potential to put those together, and for the middle and long run we have to try to get our goals on occupational safety and health together with this strategic frameworks on the raw materials and on the safe and sustainable chemicals. Thank you for your attention.
A continuación vamos a realizar.
Now we're going to have a break for coffee at the hall where you registered, and we come back in 30 minutes at 11:15 to the same auditorium. Thank you.
great that you were here, and in particular,
Vamos tomando asiento, que
So let's take a seat. We're going to start.
obviamente que el café nos haya venido.
Most likely the coffee brought us, did us good in order to continue with this interesting roundtable. Carcinogenics in the context of climate change and the green transition, which means that we will go and focus now on this specific aspect in terms of climate change. I'll give the floor to Pilar Cáceres Almendaliz, the director of the National Center of Protection Means in Seville and of the National Institute of Health and Safety at Work. Pilar, I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. As you have very well said, in this session we'll talk about carcinogenics in the context of climate change and green transition. And for that we have 3 speakers that have been selected because of their professional career and their work in this field. So I am sure that they will give us examples and they will illustrate these issues that we have to consider. First of all, we have with us Carol Seidel. She is a scientific researcher at the National Institute of Research and Safety for Accident Prevention in France, at the INRS. And she works in the Department of Toxicology and Biometry within the carcinogenesis, mutagenesis, and reproductivity of this department. And she has a lot of knowledge of in vivo and in vitro lab analysis, and she's focused on toxinogenomics of in vivo pulmonary models exposed to nanoparticles. She also has a lot of experience on the epigenetic studies, and she's going to talk to us about lung toxicity of carbon nanotubes. The floor is yours, Carol.
So thank you for the introduction and for the invitation. Good morning. I'm Carl Seidel and I work at the French National Research and Safety Institute for the prevention of occupational disease and accidents. And today I will talk about the toxicity of carbon nanotubes for the respiratory system. Carbon nanotubes are graphite sheets rolled up into layers to form single-wall carbon nanotube or multi-wall carbon nanotubes in the case of multiple layers. And today I will focus on multi-wall carbon nanotubes. Due to the physical and chemical properties, they are components used in objects for the green transition. Indeed, the conductivity of carbon nanotubes increase the autonomy of electric batteries. So the electric cars can do more kilometers and also reduce the charging times. Their efficiency is used for the photovoltaic cell, and mechanical strength is interesting for a wind turbine blade. However, carbon nanotubes can be inhaled when handled. And we can make the connection with carcinogenic fibers, taking into account the hypothesis of the fiber effects. Also, it was shown a long biopersistence of carbon nanotubes. Nowadays, one multi-wall carbon nanotubes called MITSU7 has been classified by IARC as possibly carcinogenic to humans. MITSU7 is a long and thick carbon nanotube. And last year, a proposal was submitted to ECHA for the classification of all carbon tubes, long and thick, as presumed carcinogenic by inhalation. In our lab, we use different models to study the toxicity of nanoparticles. In vivo models, we expose female rats by nasal inhalation, as we can see on this picture. Typically, rats are exposed 6 hours per day, 5 days a week for 4 weeks to a nanoaerosol. And we analyzed the effect 3 days, 1 month, and 6 months post-exposure on the lung tissue and the bronchoalveolar lavage fluid. Also, we expose animals by intratracheal instillation. So we put a suspension of nanoparticles directly in the lung of rats once a week for 4 weeks, and we analyze the effects 3 days, not 1 month, but also 8 months post-exposure. We also have in vitro cell models, including human bronchial epithelial cells, BIS2B, that we treat with increasing concentration of carbon nanotubes twice a week for 6 consecutive weeks. And we analyze the effect of carbon nanotubes on the cell morphology and on protein and gene expression. We also have a second cell model, which is rat alveolar macrophages here, that we use to analyze the effect of carbon nanotubes on their polarization. Due to lack of time, I will not present data on in vitro alveolar macrophages. In my presentation, when I present data from in vivo experiment, a small rat is present on the slide, and for in vitro data, a petri dish can be seen. In vivo, we expose by inhalation animals to the long and thick carbon nanotubes NM41 or to the short and thin NM43. And here we analyze the effects on the lung tissue. Donc here is a picture of lung, and we can see alveoli here, and inside alveolar macrophages. And in the alveolar macrophages, there are black dots corresponding to the carbon nanotubes. So after inhalation, 3 days post-exposure, we observe that macrophages engulfed phagocytosed the carbon nanotubes, and phagocytosing macrophages were also observed after inhalation or intratracheal instillation to MITSU7, which is a classified long and thick carbon nanotubes, and also after intratracheal instillation to the short and thin NM43. Shortly after the exposure, we perform a bronchoalveolar lavage. So we wash the lung of animals in order to analyze the composition of cells present in the lungs. Here is the bronchoalveolar lavage fluid in control animals, and we observe that cells are mainly alveolar macrophages. After exposure, here to intratracheal instillation to the long and thick MITSU7 or to the short and thin NM43, we observed the alveolar macrophages with carbon nanotubes inside and a lot of neutrophils. An influx of neutrophils is a hallmark of inflammation. We observed an influx of these cells in the lung of rats exposed to also by inhalation to the long and thick MITSU7 and NM41, but also after inhalation to the short and thin NM43. We quantified the number of neutrophils in the bronchoalveolar lavage fluid. Here it's after 3 days post-exposure to MITSU7 or to NM43. So we have the inflammation observed in the lung tissue, and we still have a higher number of neutrophils 8 months post-exposure to the short and thin NM43. This persistent inflammation was also observed 6 months post-exposure, post-inhalation to NM43, short and thin, or MITSU7, long and thick. We have developed an adverse outcome pathway called frustrated phagocytosis-induced lung cancer, which can be found under the ID number 303 on AOP Wiki. The sequence of the key events is present here. So the frustrated phagocytosis or incomplete phagocytosis leads to the macrophage cell death and release of cytokines. These molecules increase the recruitment of inflammatory cells and these cells produce reactive oxygen species. that could create DNA damages and mutation of the environment cells. These cells can proliferate in an uncontrolled manner that could lead to a lung cancer. Previously, I showed some data about the increased recruitment of inflammatory cells in lungs of rats following exposure to multiple carbon nanotubes. We also have some data on cytokine release. And now I will show you some evidence of a potential induction of pulmonary adverse outcome. Following tracheal instillation of the short and thin NM4/3, we observed an hyperplasia development in lung of rats. Here, we observed the alveoli with a huge number of cells that form the alveolar wall. If you compare with this region, this area, that seems almost normal. Hyperplasia was observed 8 months post-exposure to the short and thin NM4/3 in wild-type and GMO rats with higher effects in GMO rats. Hyperplasia is not a neoplastic lesion per se, but can develop into a pathology. In vitro, we expose the epithelial cells that form the alveolar wall to increasing concentration of multiple carbon nanotubes, and we observed progressively a modification of the cell morphology to reach a needle shape if we compare to the normal cells. We quantified the number of cells changing their morphology. Here is a typical plot of our cells, composed of about 30 to 40% of small cells and 60 to 70% of large, bigger cells. And with the time of treatment, here is data of mid-7. With the time of treatment, we observed a progressive increase of the percentage of small cells in our population. Small cells corresponding to the needle-shaped cells. The modification of the cell morphology is accompanied by a decrease of the expression of epithelial markers. As we can observe on these pictures, an epithelial protein was labeled in red, and after treatment with MIT-7, we observed that the labeling is close to completely disappear. And we also measured an increased expression of mesenchymal markers. So, multiple carbon nanotubes induce an epithelial mesenchymal transition of cells. And this transition was observed with 2 long and thick carbon nanotubes, MIT-7 and NM4/1, but also with 2 short and thin multiple carbon nanotubes, NM4/3 and NM4/2. Epithelial mesenchymal transition is a physiological process, for example, for healing. However, it can also be involved in pathological outcomes, such as fibrosis or the dissemination of metastatic cells, tumor cells. Whereas the initial concern was more about long and thick carbon nanotubes, we showed that short and thin carbon nanotubes also induce deleterious effects on the respiratory system and lung cells, including inflammation and persistent inflammation, hyperplasia development in lungs, and in vitro epithelial mesenchymal transition. So the short and thin carbon nanotubes should be handled as carefully as long and thick ones. And the question arises of recycling or degradation of objects containing carbon nanotubes. Do we have to sacrifice worker health for sustainable development? I would like to thank all the collaborators who are working on the toxicity of carbon nanotubes in the lung, and I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias, Carol, por tu presentación y sobre todo.
Thank you so much, Carol, for your presentation and for the work that you have done. Really, this type of research, we're getting to really know the effects. I think it's really important, and I think we can all agree that it could be interesting in order to make decisions, in order to guarantee guarantee the health and safety of our employees. Thank you very much for everything. And now we have with us Stephen Berto. He's an industrial engineer who works now as the leader of health and safety for the Nickel Institute in Belgium. Stephen has carried out research work bearing in mind the sampling and analysis of dust and of elemental compositions in the different workplaces. He is the founder and president of the Belgian Center of Health and Safety. He has over 20 years of experience as an industrial engineer, and he has done a lot of work on ISOs and others. He always focuses on the assessment of air atmospheres in the workplace, and he currently leads some committees. He's also co-chairman of the Association of Health and Safety, Industrial Health and Safety, and a member of the Belgium Association and the European Platform of Occupational Health. And today he's going to talk to us about the exposure risk assessment and management for metals exposure in the battery industry. And I'm sure it will be of great interest. Thank you very much. I'll give you the floor, Stephen.
Yes, well, thanks for the invitation. I heard very interesting things yesterday and even today as well, and definitely. Well, I was asked to give some, let's say, exposure risk assessment details in the Green Deal and specifically on batteries. Well, of course, that's very broad, so I tried to make it, as understandable as possible in 15 minutes. So, well, I have a small introduction. What is risk assessment and management? And a little bit about the legislative tangle we are dealing with, material flows, exposure risk assessment strategies, tools that we developed within the metals industry, exposure trends and management. So, while everyone knows that, equation, so risk is a hazard multiplied by exposure. Of course, if we talk about carcinogens, the hazard is always bing, 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 everywhere it's red, so meaning that the exposure should be as low as possible. But of course, we need to identify and evaluate chemical risks. And, well, I always look at it from a more holistic approach because, what I feel that is forgotten in many cases is actually performing a good exposure risk assessment before they start doing measurements. I have sometimes a feeling that, people directly have a contact in their brain. I do measurements. First investigate, prioritize before you do measurements, because if you don't do that, you will probably do the wrong measurements. And, well, everyone who knows me, I'm, like I said, I'm 20 years involved in standardization. I still feel not many people follow standardized methods if they perform measurements. And secondly, one of the major issues is if you perform measurements, well, make sure that you understand the number. So, well, here you see, and it's not readable, but that's not the purpose, but you see the legislative frameworks. And, who and how, and so you see the Green Deal, circular economy, zero pollution, you have the CLP REACH inside there, and so on. And then, from a holistic approach, we try to identify, what are all things that are happening when something comes on the market and even is recycled, and in what framework, is it, situated, and how do we make sure that no exposure occurs? So you see, it is quite a tangle here because you go from raw material extraction to manufacturing, processing. Well, then you go to production, goes to consumer goods, go back into production, go to secondary raw materials, and then, you circle around and circle around. So, and you see, all those legislations are somewhat incorporated in all those different things. And so, as an industrial hygienist, more worldwide, we have to look at this holistic approach because, it's like I said, we have to prioritize, and prioritization starts here. What is really the priority of certain chemicals in that whole pathway? Well, of course, as you have seen it, we can change a bit the formula, well, of course, X is like, the exposure thing, unknown exposures, while everyone agrees upon the fact that we do lack a lot of exposure data, it is known, it's one of the first things. I started 6 years ago in the metals industry, and I'm still the only hygienist in the associations, meaning, the first thing I saw was, where is that exposure data? And so, we need to do something about it. And of course, it is tempting to focus only on the hazard. And I feel sometimes, that people are too strict focusing on the hazard, which you have to take into account, and I will say it later on, there is no workplace with only one chemical. That is not existing. There are always multiple chemicals, and you need to make sure you do the right thing. So here you see an example on how we start, and this is Sankey diagrams, where you really have flows, from mining up to the stream, to smelting, refining, and let's say here, the metal production and where it goes. And actually, if you follow those diagrams, you can identify where the hotspots are and how to identify, let's say, the focus we need to be aware of. So, well, like I said, identifying the wider picture, exposure releases. So this is a very important part of my work. I try to identify them all, where are the major exposures. And of course, here is the first time, we prioritize what information is required to move forward. And we base it and the risk management on the exposure, of course. If there is no exposure, well, the thing is, of course, do you really need risk management? This is all qualitative, so to identify the spots, but I will go into some flows that we designed 3 years ago, how to move more into the quantitative part. Well, flow diagram are also very important, like in the batteries. So this is a flow diagram. I think we saw it earlier in the presentation of Rudiger, and the black species that's somewhat here, the disassembly and shredding, where you really have indeed, some black material. We don't call it, a raw material yet, because there are still 2 steps to go, thermal treatment, or a chemical treatment. In the thermal treatment, you have the alloys that are produced, or ingots, and you have, we call it here, secondary raw materials after the chemical treatment. But anyway, the main part where, in production is like the electrode manufacturing. This is the hotspot where exposure mainly occur. As soon as, the manufacturing is done of the electrodes, the assembly part and so on doesn't really have that high exposures anymore, although, we need to take into account all routes of exposures, and here, for example, skin can be an important one. And then, of course, the module or the assembly as such, with the battery management system. This is specifically for the lithium-ion batteries, where you actually have to combine all those electrodes into a cell and use the electrolyte to make sure that it works and that the battery works. So, well, like I said, prioritization again, but you also have a little quantitative assessment here, and because you do know, let's say, what comes in as materials and what is used as materials. So you have some kind of mass production flow, which gives you some insights, and you can use for modeling possible releases or losses of materials during those pathways. And of course, this is a strategy that I designed 3 years ago, because, one of the things, and I think it's already mentioned here quite a lot as well, is, we are not always dealing with limit values, and even with limit values that are health protective, do we have thresholds of effect and so on. So each, I will go through them very fast because there is not that much time. But this is I'm writing down a paper on this strategy because I think it is really necessary. So we have different flows. I go into detail. Well, you always do, let's say, a qualitative prioritization. And mainly based on hazard. And so, in occupational hygiene, we use hazard a lot in the first phases. Of course, when we deal with, CMRs, we always end up in the E in many cases because the scores are too high. But it means that you can identify the chemicals of concern. And like I said, we are not dealing with one chemical, we're dealing with groups of chemicals. And I have to say, some risk assessments that I did in the Horizon projects, in the Eximius projects, are like 200 pages. And because we are starting with more than 500 to 600 chemical compounds were used in a workplace. And then you have to, prioritize. Well, here, the next phase is, of course, we always use a hierarchy of controls. So the first thing is, do you have a limit value, yes or no? And you see here already the substance substitution in there. I think, this is probably even after your qualitative assessment, if you have red chemicals left over, you need to investigate substitution. Substitution doesn't really necessarily mean that you have to substitute the chemical molecule as such, but you can, for example, enhance in particulates, for example, use pellets instead of, powders and so on, or change production processes are also, let's say, substitution measures. Well, if this is all not possible, you see we go to the different flows to make sure that we can identify the exposure. And the different flows are actually based on different parts. For example, here, is there a threshold of effect? And is there a limit value? Well, it might be not surprising that if we look into, let's say, the chemicals, actually, if I perform an exposure risk assessment, I have most of my priority chemicals don't have a limit value. And so what do? I know many people say, well, we don't have anything, we leave it behind. I think that's dangerous, isn't it? And so you don't leave it behind. And what you try to do, for example, well, this is one method. For example, establish yourself a kickoff value by using, let's say, the 95th percentile of the distribution of the hazard classification, for example, of similar substances. At least then you have a value that you can use for work any further. Well, the thing is, of course, you never end up green, because it is not, a health-based, it is just a purely, let's say, a qualitative value that you determined, so you never end up green. Meaning, you circle around until someone finds the time to set a real health-based limit value. I do think, if, those schemes are followed, that we would be more in favor of really identifying, let's say, which chemicals we need limit values for. And because I have a list, if someone's interested, it's about, I think it's a list of 300 chemicals, which I believe we need limit values for. And which are, very present at a lot of workplaces. So the second is, is there, let's say, a non-health-based limit value, and there is no threshold of effect. And so take into account, for example, if you find, and that is also what I try to teach industrial hygienists, please, if you use a limit value, at least try to investigate what that number means. I'm a guy that likes to investigate numbers. I don't like to work with numbers if I don't know what they mean. And so that's another thing. And some people say, well, that's a limit value, below it's fine. Well, yeah. I can tell you, if you work in an international context, for nickel, the limit values are a factor of 5,000 difference, depending where you are in the world. Does it mean that, for example, in some countries people are much stronger than we are? No, it doesn't mean that. And so you have to take this into account, investigate the number, and try to identify it here. Here it's the same, you even in the quantitative part, you never end up in a green situation. It's only, for example, at the end point here, when you have a huge amount of measurements, and this is EN 689 strategy, when you have a huge amount of measurements and you can really show 100% sure that you're below 10% of that value, it's green. And so this is the incentive to do better. So the next phase is, where you have a threshold of effect and the limit value, where you see, the dark green is only possible if you are below the threshold of effect. But of course, the limit value for compliance is also a green part here, because, well, if you can show compliance, it means that you're also, well below the limit value. That is what EN 689 says, depending on the amount of measurements you have. And of course, if everything's fine, you end up here in the normal scheme. And I think, the main issue is that many people only work with that scheme and leave behind all the other ones. And I don't really like this. And because this is only true if you know everything. And do we know everything about any chemical substance? I don't think so. Not yet. We do our best, but not yet. So, like I said, no workplace with only one exposure. So exposure pathway is very important, and the physical form of the substance. How are you exposed to? And of course, I try to identify, some tools that we have a cost impact tool developed and a database for metals and metalloids. A high quality database because, I really, and I put only, let's say, the minimum requirements from all our standards that we have written in there. And people always say to me, even industrial hygienists, you ask a lot of questions before we can put in data. Well, we need that contextual data. And because if you don't have it, that number means nothing to me. Exposure trends, I will go very fast through it. We see, a trend going down for many years. Well, it's cadmium, of course, because it is about batteries. The nickel and the others are very new into the batteries, although, nickel-cadmium batteries, but cadmium was the most important at that time, even in the nickel-cadmium batteries. So you see a decrease in exposure over time. In a 14 years' time, you see the decrease over time, and it is important, that to know in cases battery production is always performed in dedicated workplace because it is clean room environment because you work with electrical components. I mean, if you don't do that in a clean environment, you will never have a working battery at the end of the day. So cadmium trend is applicable to all particulate exposures at the workplace. It's like I said, prioritization, the most potent component. You measure, you show trends going down, the others will also go down, because they are all related to each other at the end. So calculation and I just want to show this because there is a lot to do about, multiple exposures. Well, here is from a battery workplace. We do have in our industrial hygiene community tools that are long time established. IRSST in Canada and INRS in France have developed MIXI, I think, 15 years ago or something. And so we are always dealing in our assessment with cumulative exposure. Although it is purely additive, it doesn't matter. But I just want to show here, for example, that is on a typical workplace where you could identify, each element is below limit value, far below limit value. But there are some cumulative, effects on specific target organs which are higher than 0.1, meaning that we need to look further into the assessment. And I leave it by this, and I hope I didn't went too much over time, but thanks a lot.
Muchísimas gracias, Steven, por tu presentación, donde nos has recordado.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for your presentation, where you reminded us of the importance of doing a comprehensive risk assessment. And now we'd like to give the floor to Silvia Torres, our last speaker. She comes from the National Institute of Health and Safety at Work. She's been working with us for over 20 years now. Silvia is coordinator of the area of physical and mechanical risks, and she works at the National Center for Protection Means, and she focuses her activity on research, technical studies, training, dissemination, and certification of personal protection equipment for physical risk protection, ocular protection, protection against falls and trips. And now she is currently working really hard with optical radiations, and more specifically with solar UV exposure, which is linked to climate change. And she's working in different projects, disseminating materials, and she also works in standardization activities in Europe. And she will tell us about solar UV exposures. She will share with us interesting, rich information. In different presentations, we heard about solar UV exposure as a source of risk in view of climate change, and Silvia is the right person to tell us more about that and to tell us some information to be taken into consideration. Silvia, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Pilar, for your kind introduction, and to the organizers of this conference. Solar UV radiation is present in our day-to-day life. Everyone is aware about the benefits of sun rays, but it is also, we are also aware that overexposure to sun can be detrimental to our health. In the short term, we may have like solar burns, but in the long term, cataracts and skin cancer. That's why in 27, solar UV radiation was classified as carcinogens agent A1. And in the next minutes, we'll give you a framework as to this regarding climate change, and I will also show a number of data explaining or showing current situation. Then I will talk about risk assessments and prevention and protection measures. I will also review walk you through the activities that we have carried out at this institute and that we are carrying out with a view to improving health and safety of workers in the face of this risk. According to WHO, it is expected that climate change will account for an increase of solar UV radiation due to differences, to the thickness of the ozone layer and also climate changes. So European strategy about health and safety at work establishes as a key priority management and anticipating of climate change in general, but climate change specifically. When we talk about climate change, the workers that will be most impacted by it will be those working outdoors, as they will suffer extreme weather conditions, and they will also be exposed to higher solar UV radiation. Some of the elements that are to focus on are those positions or jobs in the farming sector, fishing sector, and then as well as those people or workers working with digital platforms. WHO as well as ILO have carried out a joint research about occupational exposure to solar UV radiation in 183 countries. Conclusions are severe. Now I would like to play a video that was made by WHO. It was after the release of the research that they carried out together with ILO.
Bueno, la cifra de haber...
Well, it is alarming figure. 1 of 3 melanoma is related to solar UV radiation after outdoor work and exposure. So it is high time to take relevant actions to offer protection to workers. And to, regarding those protective and prevention measures, we really need to assess risk. A good parameter to do that is the UV index. WHO established that index in a scale from 1 to 11, so that it would be easy to interpret, to see the impacts of solar UV radiation with potential to cause skin burns, and of course all that depending on the person characteristics or traits of the person. So that depends on different factors. For instance, the height, sun height, and also the latitude, the altitude. Of course, there are different. There is a difference between Northern Europe and southern countries, also cloudiness, also thickness of ozone layer, as well as the ground reflection. For all those reasons, well, this parameter is useful to assess exposure to solar UV radiation whenever that risk exists. But when one of those parameters have a higher weight, for instance, those working on fishing vessels, where reflection at sea may increase the exposure. This is the reason why our institute developed a specific project to classify exposure to UV radiation for workers in the fishing sector. That study was done in 3 phases. First of all, measures were conducted, and then different databases were created to include information about skin diseases related to UV radiation and exposure to it, and then it also included, we assessed photoprotection habits within in fishers, and then so 200 dosimeters were used and were worn by 219 workers, and also some dosimeters were placed in fixed position in the vessel. So Isabel Dara is present in this room. She took place or did sampling, and she can tell us about the difficulty that entailed, because this is a difficult or challenging sector. After the dosimeter results were analyzed, we could see that the limit values recommended by International Commission for Solar UV Radiation is recommending, that was multiplied by 5. Also, data gathering regarding skin diseases related to solar radiation. Well, not lots of information was gathered in that regard, and the information pointed at keratinic actosis and melanoma. And among the conclusions, I would like to say that workers have to be aware about the risk from long exposure to sun, and also to improve prevention and protection measures. Regarding prevention and protection measures, go through avoiding sun exposure at the during middle of the day, and also it is very important to check skin to detect any signs of damage. Same as any type of cancer, the earlier it is detected, the better the prognosis. And regarding protection measures, workers are recommended to use hats and solar protection factor, and it is also very important to use protection clothing rather than sunscreens. But actually, protection against sun includes using protection clothes, and then the areas where skin is exposed to the sun, sunscreens and lotions are recommended. Talking about solar protection, often these products are cosmetic products. Therefore, it is recommended to ensure that they comply with all the regulations. But solar protections account for protection, personal protection equipment according to Directive 89/6.5 CEE, which establishes minimum directives for workers to use when it comes to using PPEs. To disseminate this message to all the stakeholders, workers, employers, prevention experts, our institute last summer produced a poster aimed at highlighting this message. That is to say that sun protections are one more piece of personal protection equipment, and we also provided guidelines and recommendations for the selections and use of this product, where we highlighted that the main characteristic of sun protection cream is primarily the SPF. Whenever a product has an SPF of 50, if my skin phototype is 2 and then I get a burn after 15 minutes of sun exposure, if I wear SPF 50, my skin will not be burned before 10 hours. But if I need to reapply SPF every 2 hours, well, because the cream may disappear after contact with water and with any other elements. So we have detected that often than not, workers are not well aware of it. And this poster is available at our website, and it's been translated into English. So regarding sun protective clothing, as I said before, it is recommended to use them to sunscreen. When you wear clothing, the clothing always stays there, whereas SPF requires reapplication. So the UPF establishes the fraction of ultraviolet rays that penetrate a piece of fabric. Any fabric, the moment we wear it, offers some protection against UV rays, but to ensure that that protection is enough, it is recommended to have a standardized method that will help us determine the UPF at laboratory. In that regard, the European norm that establishes test method to establish that is 13758-1, which is under division right now to find a standardized method and to enhance it, meaning that it could be replicated and that we take into consideration all the parameters that are used in laboratories where this element is being studied. And we are we are members of that working group. And in Europe, well, some protective clothing, as we say, is protective equipment. So we are members of the European Commission group of experts about some protective clothing. At this group, guidelines are established to facilitate implementation of the guideline that establishes the minimum requirements. Now there is a controversy, meaning that the last proposal was about considering solar UV radiation as a minimum risk, which would entail that some protective clothing will be commercialized at category 1 equipment. So that is to say that we don't need to have a second part to give conformity to it. It will be like making some protective clothing equivalent to gardening gloves. But here we are talking about a risk that causes cancer. Does this make sense? Well, from our institute, we do not support that proposal. We will continue working so that it is not adopted. And to finish off, and this is also a result from the study of research carried out by WHO and ILO, there is need to continue investing in prevention, and also there is need to increase workers' awareness. Actually, last summer, our institute launched an awareness raising campaign. Says, well, when the sun is raining, it's time to prevent, establishing guidelines for outdoor works. And in cases of extreme weather conditions, the campaign was very welcomed and was very much, well, there was significant notoriety. And then also, we have also established the need to carry out and develop programs to detect early signs of skin cancer. A good way to do that, and from what I read, even if I'm not a health expert, our guideline published by the Ministry for Health establishes that through specific protocols that would take into consideration risk assessments. So in this case, risk to exposure to solar UV radiation should be included in the job description, well, should be included or should be recommended to be done for all workers who work outdoors.
Muchas gracias, Silvia, por la presentación. Y ahora, pues tenemos.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. So, we do have some time for question and answers. Please feel free to ask your questions to any of the three speakers.
Is it working? Thank you very much for the informative presentations to all three speakers. I have a question for the last speaker first, and specifically I fully agree that the solar UV radiation is probably one of the most important increasing risks also with the climate crisis, and we need to find measures to reduce skin cancer. However, we also must that there is no evidence at the moment that skin cancer screening is effective. The most recent assessment by the United States Preventive Services Task Force concludes that there is inadequate evidence. Similarly, for the use of a recent Cochrane database system is effective in reducing skin cancer.
Ya, esas son las conclusiones del informe que he comentado, que ha sido pues una revisión.
Yeah, those are the conclusions that I mentioned. This is what the WHO ILO did. They established as one of the priorities and actions to be taken
¿Alguna pregunta más por allí?
Thank you very much for all the presentations. I wanted to make a reflection on the last presentation on the solar UV radiation. To me, it seems that is one of the factors where individual awareness could have a very good impact, because workers have in their hand the possibility to become more aware of the problem. And I was thinking it could be good to have more interventions looking at really behavioral change. So not only gaining awareness, but really how does this translate into changes in their ways of working, and whether these changes are maintained over time. And I think it would be very interesting to focus some effort on interventions that are addressing the behavior to the sun and that can be measured in terms of effectiveness at the long term.
Sí, claro. No, simplemente.
Yes, I do agree with you. And actually, in the fishing industry, it is very much needed to make fishermen aware. They are not aware of the damage they're exposed to. We really need to do specific campaigns, and then including all the specific characteristics of the fishing sector. But then on top of that, they also need to be given the necessary means to do that, to prevent that. And here we cannot really focus all the efforts on the workers, but also employers are to be made aware of, and then they should provide necessary means.
And that's about the employers. So what are your experiences with the level of awareness and in this particular sector? And especially, we talked yesterday about ocular exposures, about eye protection in the sector. And the second thing, what are the most effective ways that you see of communicating with the sector so that you get down to the workplace level?
Bueno, este estudio se centró en la
This research study was focused on skin damage, not on ocular damage. It is true to say that all the analysis that was done, dosimeters measured the full range. Of course, we can take information out of it. This research study was carried out jointly with the University of Malaga, south of Spain, because they used to measure the spectrum solar UV, so that we could check that against our measurements to see whether they were doing them right or not. Measurements are available there, and in the future we want to look into those data and to draw conclusions regarding ocular protection. For the time being, we have not yet done it.
Sí, por aquí. Tengo dos preguntas también.
I have two questions about exposure to solar UV radiation. The first one, whether you can tell us about the position of the institutes about the controversy that you shared with us in terms of sun protective clothing and the UPF, and then oral photo protector. Can we consider them as PPEs, personal protection equipment? So regarding the first question, our classification to commercialize personal protection equipment should not depend on the UPF, but the risk against you are protected against. And when we talk about a carcinogenic agent, to my mind, should be considered as artificial solar UV radiation. But of course, an agreement needs to be reached, and perhaps an intermediate agreement could be achieved. But to be honest, well, that is my opinion. Let us see what comes out of it. At this point in time, everything is under debate. So regarding oral screens, well, we collaborate with the Spanish Academy of Mineralogy and Dermatology, and their position regarding these products, which are very much trendy, is that they are food supplements. Actually, in the photobiology group, it has been said that if you follow a good diet, you don't really need that supplement. But if you take it, the oxidative response of cells improves. but in no case could be used as a replacement of skin screen protector.
Por ahí hay otra pregunta.
Any other question?
Es una pregunta sobre la...
I have a question about UV radiation. You said that the directive enforces individual PPE, solar sunscreen or protective clothing. Which directive is that? I don't know that directive. The directive on optical radiation is only for artificial lighting, not for UV light. So how can you tell me what directive talks about these PPEs? Yes, the directive for radiations, I mean, at the beginning it was going to be included, but then it came out and it focuses on artificial lighting. There is no specific directive that includes limit values for UV radiation, solar UV radiation. So we only have recommended values, but not limits. As for the directive, in the directive that establishes the minimum provisions for health and safety to be used by employers. In Annex 1, in terms of PPE, they talk about sunscreens. They are considered a PPE when the worker is exposed to solar radiation. So the employer, if it is clear that they have people, employees exposed to that risk, and the risk assessment includes that one of the PPEs is sunscreen, skin sunscreen, then they have to follow that. Is the one that we mentioned before, the same directive, is Annex 1.
Thank you. So, Jérémy de Saint-Georges of Labour Ministry. So I have a question for on the second intervention. So about your experience on exposure assessment, how did you adapt your strategy for measurement? Because you gave us a big picture of the complexity of what we have to take into account, etc. And as you said, the strategy is really important. So what did you change, maybe since the last 5 or 10 years, on how you choose where to put your money, because it's cost a lot on the measurement? And I know we have the regulatory frame, but you have your own measurement to do, I think, in industry. So thank you.
Well, it's a good question, and there is currently a lot of discussion about that, especially because because of EN 689, and you do know the standards we have for compliance testing and the amount of measurements is a European standard, and 689, which is, it's open for voting if we want to, revise it or not. I think, the main issue we have if we want to revise it, that there is so much, different viewpoints in Europe, that we open the box of Pandora if you want to revise it. I remember I was part last time, we had 60 pages of comments, and so that took like 6 weeks to go through all those comments, which is really bad. Well, what I'm saying in those strategies is, does it make sense to put, let's say, 10,000 of euros in measurements if you first, and that's why I showed the tools as well, if you can benchmark to invest that money in, proper risk management measures? I believe that's the first question you need to ask, and that is missing in the standard. Everyone says, of course, standard is about measuring and compliance. Actually, the standard is 3 parts. And the first 2 parts are all qualitative with modeling and so on. I do think, if we can enhance modeling tools, that they will also help us and make decisions. But I think, there is a certain point in my framework as well, where you have to stand back again and say, do we really want to measure exposure? Do we need to know it for compliance reasons? Or are we going to benchmark, for example, or use tools for benchmarking to introduce proper risk management measures. And I think, people should think about that more than just continue. I've done a lot of measurements over my career. The thing is, I have done measurements year after year because it's obliged by ministries or by labor inspectorates, and year after year it was like non-compliant. I said at a person, I'm an industrial hygienist. I don't come back here anymore. Sorry. Do your measurement yourself. For me, it's over. If I'm only coming to put some measurement and then make a report for the same result as last year, what sense does it make? And that is the difference in I think when I'm teaching occupational hygiene at university, I always say we need a mindset change. We need to go back to our initial tasks as industrial hygienists, and that is protecting the worker, not performing measurements. So, is that answering your question? But I'm always happy. I think, we do need. What I try to do is, and that's why I voted to keep the European standard, because in my opinion, it doesn't make sense that we have compliance standards in Europe and not all in the rest of the world. So my goal is, as chair of the ISO committee, to reopen it and now leave it as it is and reopen it to create an international standard. And be aware, measurements are not only important for compliance. We need measured results for EPI studies and so on as well. So, that is also a balance that you have to take into account. So measurements are needed in a certain point, but you need to make sure that you you not only do compliance measurements, because in many cases, compliance measurement results are not very interesting for EPI studies, because they are done wrongly for EPI studies. So that's important for your databases. And I do think, all data is biased if you put it all together. Sorry.
Bueno, gracias por tu comentario.
Thank you for your comments. Even though I'm not sure we'll come out of this room more depressed. We are really sorry to have to put an end to this roundtable. We cannot take any more questions, but we're running out of time. I would just like to state before we leave, I would like to ask a question to Carol. Carol, I think your work is really difficult and complicated, but there is something that I found very interesting in your presentation. In your trials, you used female lab rats. I would like to know if the gender, the sex, makes sense or whether it's just coincidence.
So thank you. It's a really important question in our. The sex model is very important. We use female rats because most of the studies are using males, and so there is a gap in the literature about the toxicity on females. So it's very important to take into account both sex in these studies, but for ethical reasons we have to reduce the number of animals. So we choose to work on female animals.
Pues muchas gracias por pensar en nosotras.
Thank you very much for thinking about us. Thank you. Well, unless the organizers allow for more questions, otherwise we'll have to conclude this roundtable. I would like to thank the speakers for their presentations, and I would like to thank all of you for the questions that you have made that have in fact enriched our roundtable. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for everyone.
Your work is
Muchas gracias a todos los ponentes.
Thank you very much.
Uno de los objetivos que buscamos.
One of the goals in our fight against work-related cancer is to raise awareness of workers and of companies. And that's why I would like to present the last roundtable. But first, we're going to show 2 videos. First, a video that presents the roadmap on carcinogens initiative, and a second video that is a result of the work that we have done at the INSS to prevent today the work-related cancer from the future.
More than half the work-related deaths in the EU are associated with exposure to cancer-causing agents in the workplace. Each year, more than 100,000 people die because of exposure to these carcinogens. These deaths are unnecessary and unacceptable in our society. In 2016, the European Action Programme Roadmap on Carcinogens was formed. The programme is a growing network and cooperation between the European Commission and Member States, employers and workers' organisations, experts and researchers. This solid cooperation aims to raise awareness and share knowledge in order to prevent workers' exposure to harmful carcinogens. Considerable progress has been made. The roadmap has already delivered insights and data, many preventative measures and solutions. The roadmap helped shape legislation and supported national campaigns to help businesses take action on the shop floor. We have made a good start, but are far from finished. In fact, we are just beginning to make a difference. That's why we are renewing our pledge and will continue the Roadmap on Carcinogens mission throughout Europe for a further 4 years. For the next 4 years, we will step up and multiply our efforts with additional partners, renewed determination and fresh ambitions. Together with you, we will increase momentum and get results. We will now start projects and address challenges that will contribute to our goals. These include projects that create awareness with companies and workers by providing better data to show the risks and make an effort to provide education to our future workers. Help businesses and workers identify risks and hazardous substances and implement changes on the shop floor, and also help them find funding to stimulate investment in a safe working environment. Mobilize stakeholders, such as sector organizations and insurance networks, and encourage them to develop tailored solutions for specific audiences and raise awareness, and also establish programs that empower workers to help them reduce risks in the workplace. Target innovations that are needed to bridge the gap between science and the reality of the workplace, stimulating practical interventions and innovations that can substitute dangerous substances or prevent exposure with safer working procedures. Our work is important. Our work can prevent unnecessary deaths and save thousands of lives. We cannot do this alone. We need your support to realize our mission and to take the action that's needed. This is why we're asking you to join in, become active, and follow the roadmap today.
Para evitar el cáncer laboral, es necesario que actuemos ya. Si eres responsable de una empresa, identifica si hay sustancias cancerígenas o se pueden generar en alguno de los procesos. Elimínalas o aplica siempre las medidas de prevención y protección necesarias. Si eres técnico. Para evitar el cáncer laboral, es necesario que actuemos ya. Si eres responsable de una empresa, identifica si hay sustancias cancerígenas o se pueden generar en alguno de los procesos. Elimínalas o aplica siempre las medidas de prevención y protección necesarias. Si eres técnico de prevención, mantente al día sobre los últimos avances. Asesora a las empresas e informa y forma a los trabajadores. Si trabajas con agentes cancerígenos, aplica rigurosamente todas las medidas que pongan a tu disposición. Trabajemos juntos para prevenir el cáncer laboral. Evitemos hoy el cáncer laboral de mañana.
Esperamos que les haya...
We hope you enjoyed the videos. And now, if it's okay with you, we're going to give floor to the last roundtable, European legislation on carcinogens, progress and next actions. This roundtable brings together representatives from the three groups of interest for health and safety at work in Europe. I'll give the floor to the moderator, Virginia Alves, from the National Institute of Health and Safety at Work. You have the floor.
Bueno, en conectarse. Ahora. Bueno, como ha comentado Rocío,
As Rocío said, this roundtable is devoted to the new legislation on carcinogens, mutagenics, or reproductive mutators. And we have with us Charlotte Greffors-Ernoult, a representative for the European Commission. She's got a degree in law and a PhD on European law too. Currently, she is head of the OHS unit at the DG of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. We also have with you representatives from the chemical group of the Working Group of Health and Safety at Work. This consultancy group helps the Commission in everything that has to do with chemical products. And they represent, in terms of work employers representatives, we have Isabel Maya with a degree in chemistry. She currently works in the area of health and safety of Mutua Universal. Nationally, she is a representative of the National Commission of Health and Safety at Work and of the Limit Values Group, also within the National Committee. Representatives of the employers, we have Tony Musso. He's a chemical engineer and PhD from the Pasteur Institute in Paris. He currently works in the ETUI Health and Safety Commission, and in behalf of the European Trade Unions group, he participates in different committees to do with REACH. And to represent the government, we have Sirku Sarikolsi, advisor at the Works Department and Gender Equality of the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health in Finland. She has also worked as researcher in projects related to cancer in the Finnish Institute for OHS and in the Helsinki University. Thank you very much to the four of you for being here and participating in this roundtable and coming to this event devoted to carcinogens in the work environment. Charlotte, you said that yesterday one of the priorities of the European Commission is the fight against work-related cancer. And in that sense, you have carried out several initiatives to prevent that work-related cancer. One of the initiatives has been changing the carcinogens directive, mutagens, and those that affect the reproductive system. 5 modifications have been presented. Lately, you've also changed the asbestos directive, and you've also presented a new modification related to the directive of chemicals. Could you tell us what are the European Commission's priorities for the next few years?
So, thank you very much for this question. Well, it is a bit a tricky moment to ask it because, as you know, we are going towards the end of this commission. And we have, of course, to see what the next commission will put on its agenda. But having said that, I think it's very clear that we have also a long strategic document which is running, the strategic framework on health and safety at work until 2027 with 3 key objectives. And one of them, of course, is prevention. And under this key objective, it is very clearly set that the fight against carcinogens and also hazardous chemical substances will continue. as you said, Virginia, it's true that so far we are halfway through the strategic framework, and so much has already been done. As you said, 5 proposals to update the carcinogens, mutagens, and reprotoxic substances directive has been presented, and with the final 5th amendment in a provisional agreement since last week, and also the asbestos at work directive. So, as I had the occasion to say yesterday, this is really incredible when you take into account the very heavy and actually quite long procedure it takes to go this far in it's actually co-decision, meaning that Council and Parliament, they have a very important role, and that takes time. So a lot has been done, and we're just halfway. So I think it's safe for me to say that the work on this will continue. It is continuing, and we are preparing a 6th revision of the CMRD with a view to present this proposal already next year. So that is, of course, very, very positive, and we are very pleased about that. And the idea is indeed that the work will continue. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're very happy to know that this work will continue. There's a lot of work for the Commission and a lot of work for the chemical engineers. Isabel, after all these new changes, how do business organizations, how do they consider is the best way to receive information about all these legislative changes? Thank you very much, Virginia, for your question. I think that we can say that all the representatives here in the chemical substances group can say that we do our work with a lot of motivation and enthusiasm, and we want to leave things better for our kids than what we had ourselves when when they take over, the next generation takes over. I don't want to do a presentation, but I ask the organization to show this slide in the background, because this is our work evolution over the last few years and throughout the different modifications of this directive. This progress has only been limited by our ability to generate new knowledge, new studies and opinions, scientific opinions, based on which we can think about limit values. And we try to use as much as possible that knowledge, the existing knowledge. If we put ourselves in the shoes of companies, there are up to 9 modifications, and we're still talking about the last one. In fact, I shouldn't dare saying that we are going to add 2 new substances. Maybe there'll be more or less, but without a doubt, those of us here know some of these ongoing modifications because we are a part of the process, most of us here. But companies really only have information about the last 3 and a 4th one, which is about to be transposed to national legislation. So when we think about from the point of view of companies and what do they need to know and what should we raise awareness on, I think companies need 2 types of information. First, information on legislative changes and how this affects their obligations. And second, what do they have to do? And application tools, practical implementation tools. In that sense, I would like to highlight a couple of examples of things that have been presented here in the roadmap. So, for instance, in the roadmap, in Pillar 4, Challenge 4.3, we have safe work procedures. I think this is a great initiative for companies because it talks about the company's needs. And the only thing is that we will need to add legal certainty for the companies that are implementing this so that they are recognized for doing what needs to be done to protect the health and safety of the workers. I also believe it's very important in Pillar 3, Challenge 3.1, to involve the industry and sectors, because no one better than the industry to develop good practices and safe procedures, because they are the ones that are aware of their needs. And then I also think it's very important, well, all the sections of Pillar 2 to provide specially help on substitution of chemical agents and potential financial supports, subsidies, etc. Another source of information, which I think is very important, is the work of the European Agency in collaboration with the focal points, where they prepare campaigns, instruments, good practices, even the awards that are not of direct application are a motivation. We can see how small companies have won these awards by carrying out improvements in terms of health and safety and chemical risks. With regards to how to communicate, and from the point of view of companies, business organizations have a large network in their industries and in their territory. In the territorial network, we have a supranational network and also member state network and even regional and local networks. And then at an industry-wide, we also have associations. So we need to share information through all the different mechanisms with bulletins, online events. We are carrying out lots of online events since the pandemic. And what's good about them is that they have greater attendance than the face-to-face meetings. And if we go back to the roadmap, I would like to highlight Pillar 3, Challenge 3.2, where we involve health and safety organizations. Maybe these organizations and this organizations network is less known, but they reach all the companies and they provide not only information but also technical support. I think it's very important to involve them. 2 out of every 3 workers in Europe work in SMEs. And that is the weakest link. That's where it's more difficult to reach, and that's why I think this initiative is very positive.
On carcinogens es una iniciativa muy valiosa.
This is a highly valuable initiative that helps us disseminate all that information. And now we would like to hear from trade union organizations. Tony, do you have the floor?
Today. So indeed, as you have seen on the slide that Isabel prepared, we have done a lot in the past years on the revision of the carcinogens, mutagens, and reprotox directive. And that's a work that we've been doing all together. The governments, the employers, the workers' representative, the Commission, and of course the agencies that we have in the EU, the co-legislators. So that's many people involved. And indeed, that's important to raise awareness about all those changes. And in the trade unions movement, we have different bodies to help in raising awareness. And for example, ETUI has a network of trade union experts on chemicals. And each year we have a big event, a big seminar, where we gather all those experts coming from across the EU. And that's an opportunity for us to share information. Information about the last legislative changes, but also to discuss and prepare the next changes. And I see here in the room the colleagues from Comisiones Obreras and UGT who are part of this annual seminar. And that's very good opportunity to exchange information on what's happening at EU level, but also on how those changes are implemented at national level. And we know that sometimes member states there's a bit of a delay sometimes in the transposition, but well, that's like that. But we are progressing. That's very important. Another tool that we use is, of course, the publication, and our research institute, ETUI, publishes many different types of booklets, magazines, and so on. And in the framework of the roadmap on carcinogen, there's a challenge called Empowering Worker. And we did publish something on hazardous medicinal products. As you know, these hazardous medicinal products are now in the scope of the Carcinogens, Mutagens, and Reprotox Directive. And what we did is that we prepared a list of hazardous medicinal products that are in the scope of the directive. And we did it before the Commission, because the Commission has an obligation in the legal text to prepare this indicative list of HMPs in the scope of the directive. And we did it a bit before, just to raise awareness already to all healthcare workers that are exposed to those hazardous substances at work. And so that's our contribution to the roadmap on carcinogen, for example. But you might also know ESAMAG. ESAMAG, that's the publication of ETUI on health and safety. We publish it twice a year. And for example, the last issue was on asbestos, totally dedicated to asbestos, because the Asbestos at Work Directive was in revision. And so we felt it was important to dedicate a full dossier around the asbestos issue, what can be done really at the workplace, what are the best techniques to try to protect workers, articles about the protective equipments, and all the questions you can have about them and whether they are really protective or not. So all that was part of the last issue of ESAMAG. But we also have ESA News, and so on a regular basis we publish small newses on the last changes of the EU publication, of the EU legislation, sorry. And so it's very important indeed to raise awareness, because a lot is happening at EU level, and we need, of course, to pass this information to at the shop floor level. And for that, I would say for us the main actor is really the national trade unions that serves as a relay to pass on all those information at national level and at the shop floor level.
Muchas gracias, Tony. Como comentas, se está trabajando en distintos temas. Uno de ellos es el listado indicativo de...
Yeah, we are working on different topics, a list of hazardous medical products. The Commission is working on that. Surely they will benefit from the list that you carried out, but not only the chemical group has been working on limit values for CRMs, but they have also been working in recent years the elaboration of criteria to set limit values for those carcinogenic products that do not, for which they have not threshold has been established. What can you tell us about that?
So if you think about in general for the challenges for setting limit values for non-ferrous carcinogens, of course the main problem is that for such substances there is no safe exposure level, and so we always have to accept some kind of a risk for the workers. And so we have to try to set the limit value as low as possible, but we still need to take into account the feasibility factors, meaning that the companies will need to be able to cope with the limit value which will be set. And sometimes it's actually quite difficult to know
what is the level which the companies can reach, and therefore for that purpose we need exposure data so that we can really know what companies can in different sectors, what kind of levels they can reach. And of course, setting limit values for non-threshold carcinogens, it's most difficult when we have such substances which cannot be replaced, and for which are still which are very potent carcinogens, so that even low concentrations will cause cancer. And so we have tried to help this process by setting this kind of risk-based approach on the EU level. So meaning that we have a more systematic approach nowadays, so that we, for example, this approach includes that we have preset upper and lower risk levels between which we maneuver. So the upper risk levels is 4 cancer cases per 1,000 workers, and the limit values cannot be set above that. And then we aim at the lower risk level, which is this 4 cancer cases per 100,000 workers. And then we actually have set this kind of a midterm evaluation point to 4 cancer cases per 10,000 workers, and every time when we have to set the limit value above that, so we have to either agree on a transition period, after which we have to lower the limit value till the 4 to 10,000 value risk level, or then we have to at least set this kind of review period. So these kind of more systematic approaches help us to find also a consensus on the way forward. So we have a stepwise approach on how we will lower the limit values towards as low risk as possible. So yes, this is I think that this is a very recently adopted process, but I think that it will help us in the future limit value setting.
Muchas gracias, Sirku. Seguro que va a ser de mucha ayuda. Creo que nos queda tiempo para una.
Thank you so much. Surely will be of great help. We have time for a last question. Charlotte, I'm sure that many people are wondering, how do you select these substances to be studied, to be researched on?
So, of course, at the end of the day, it is the Commission who is proposing. So we are fully taking the responsibility of the substances that we propose. But I think it's to start in our area, the key and the most important advice that we are getting is from the Health and Safety Committee. So the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety at Work, and we have here prominent representatives of the most important working group on chemicals, so chemicals at work, and this group is really key for us. So why? Because it is tripartite, so we have the advice really from the workers, from the employers, and from the governments. So the discussions there are sometimes quite difficult, but when you agree, when this group agrees, it is such a strong incitement for the Commission to know that these are the substances that we should work on. But okay, there are also other advice that we listen to. Some of it actually come from the co-legislators, because we have had in these recent updates of the carcinogens, mutagens and reprotoxic substances revisions, and as well from the asbestos at work directive. In the discussions and these trilogues, some very strong views and very important for some of, I'm not going to reveal which ones, but we have felt that it was very, very important for certain of the co-legislators to have work on a specific substance. Then the agreement of the trilogue was indeed to prioritize that substance, and it becomes then a legal obligation for the Commission to work on that one. And in the same way, other priorities, for example, to set an action plan. And that action plan with priority substances was adopted as was requested by the Commission to do at the end of last year. So that action plan is actually running with priority substances. So I think these are sort of the three components, but traditionally, and I would say really what we have known and what we have always worked with in the past, and what is, I would say, what is really important for us is the advice from the advisory committee. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Charlotte. Isabel, ¿nos puedes comentar las prioridades que tiene?
Isabel, could you please share with us the priorities that the corporate or business group has with regard to those priorities? Yes, I will be very pleased to do that. I fully agree with Charlotte in that priorities more often than not come established by the priorities introduced in the directives, but we try to embed it in a global process of priority setting. Therefore, I should like to say that with regard with carcinogenic substances, well, perhaps it is not the right time to specify any agents yet. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the criteria we based our work on. First of all, relevancy. Lots have been said about the most relevant substances available in the market. And another aspect which is also very important and a driver for companies is the coordination between the different legal elements. In the previous presentation, we had the opportunity to see the complexity of the regulations that are to be fulfilled with regard to some chemical products. So therefore, it is highly important for companies to have strong coordination with REACH and with CLP. And this is one of the elements that we base our work on within our group. And another element that has been already tackled by Circu is the reviewing of substances based on the risk level that those substances have due to whatever reason. Therefore, for us, our priorities would be those substances that are above the agreement that has been agreed by all of us in terms of accepting specific risk levels. If I'm not mistaken, there are 5 of them, but 2 of them are already being amendments for it having already been foreseen. And then we will move on into the next level, which is like 4 in 10,000, and we will take it from there, and we will continue advancing it. And within that revision or that review, we will take into consideration elements coming from the legal framework that may not have been included or embedded. Many of the proposals coming from those amendments may have already been included in the work carried out by the previous groups. And then last, I would like to mention the criteria that should be taken into consideration when it comes to adopting limit value. We do feel that the capacity for industry to adapt to it should be taken into consideration. Also, the cost should be affordable by the different sectors, and well, more specifically SMEs that also find higher difficulty in applying new regulations. Another element that is also applicable to companies is the safeguarding the economic situation of the European Union, and that obliges us to keep up competitiveness of our companies and also keeping up our capacity to attract investments, to keeping up economic growth, and not to lag behind with regard our independence when it comes to substances or processes which are strategic in nature. And now, going moving on to specific companies' needs when it comes to adopting or level, it is necessary to have a methodology or a method in place, and sometimes it is also needed to have some level of understanding, meaning that sometimes the technology available, options available may not be necessary. Therefore, there may be a need to implement respiratory protection measures and programs. We don't like to take it as a starting point, but those of us who were trained as hygienists, we were told that that was the last resort. But sometimes when it comes to achieving full protection of health and safety of workers, we need to apply those respiratory protection equipment. And last, it is very important for companies to enjoy legal certainty. Legal certainty to ensure legal compliance, fulfillment of measures, and that periods of transition are adequate, and that take into consideration the different circumstances of companies. And based on all that, every single year, that leads us to set a list of priorities. Thank you so much, Isabel. Now we would like to hear from the priorities of trade union organizations. Tony?
Already five revisions already done, and the next one in the pipeline already. But that's clear that we still constant improvements of the legislation. And for the trade unions, we have some ideas on how further improve the legal text of the CMRD. And one important topic, and we discussed it a lot today, but also yesterday, and that's the combined exposure. We hear it from Marine, from the Bilbao Agency, but also from Stephen, from the Nickel Institute. Workers are not exposed to a single substance, but to many different substances at the same time. And so we need some rules on the combined exposure in the legal text. And I will just give one example. So we adopted recently limit values for heavy metals. And workers in the metal sector, in the battery sector, and so on, are typically exposed to different heavy metals at the same time: nickel, cobalt, cadmium. At member state level, we have some rules on how to deal with combined exposure that we don't have yet in the EU text. And that's typical formula when you add the limit values, and the total of exposure should be below 1. That's something very simple, but that will help reduce the exposure to workers in case of combined exposure, and in case we have existing binding limit values for those substances. Another issue, that's the endocrine disruptors. As you all know, the CLP has been amended, and now we have a new hazard class for endocrine disruptors. So these are extremely hazardous substances, and I think it would be a good idea to extend the scope of the CMRD to endocrine disruptors. And for example, Belgium was the first country in the EU who already extended the scope of the national legislation to endocrine disruptors. So that's something that we would like to see also at EU level. Then, along the different revisions of the CMRD, of course, we have adopted limit values, and for some of them, the risks are, the associated risk is always still very high. And of course, we need to work on those limit values to reduce them. I will mention crystalline silica, for example. The risk is too high with the current limit value. We heard also yesterday that we now have these kitchen board made of synthetic silica, and that's causing a lot of health issue to those workers working with these synthetic kitchen boards. And so something should be done there, not only the limit value, but maybe also to ban maybe that use. I think it's being done in Australia to protect those workers. So that's things that we can maybe also do in the EU. Two last issue briefly, the gender issue. I think that we need to adapt a bit the text to the gender issue. We heard yesterday that, for example, in the discussion with firefighters, that some of the firefighters, a minority, depending on the countries, are women. And I think that on the protective equipment and so on, that there is a lot to be done to make sure that all those protective equipments, for example, are really fitted to female workers. So that's just an example. But on the gender issue, I think that there's a lot to be done. Also because for the occupational cancer, we know that we have an under-recognition of the cancer in female workers. And this is certainly in connection with the poor provisions in the legislation to focus on gender issues. And so maybe that's also one of the topics that we can maybe work on in the future. And the last one, that's of course, we did a lot. We already have limit values for 41, 42 CMR substances. But the trade union objective is to have 50, minimum 50. Because with that, we think that we will cover most of the exposure at the workplace. And we have still some important carcinogens for which we will need binding limit value under the CMRD. I just want to mention two. Lithium, that's a very important one. That's maybe the one of the last heavy metals for which we don't have a limit value, and we should have one. It has been classified as reprotoxic recently. And then for the process-generated substances, we have leather dusts that were a bit forgotten, and maybe we should look into those process-generated substances and check whether there is a need to have a binding limit value. So, in conclusion, a lot has been done, but I think that we can do more and still try to improve the legal text and the workers' protection. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tony. Has mencionado muchos.
Thank you so much, Tony. You have shared with us many ambitious and highly interesting topics. Many of them require in-depth analysis, but surely we will, little by little, advance and make progress. Siku now from the, in governments, is it difficult to have different stakeholders reaching agreements to select on those substances?
Quite good consensus. So when you're selected, so we don't really have major problems. And the reason, I guess, is mostly because we try to base our decisions on quite solid data. So we try to find as much data for the decision making as we can. Of course, there are several organizations which have published list of carcinogens which would need to be tackled, and we are of course then also using the data, as I mentioned yesterday, from ECHA, so which provide us with a lot of data on the tonnages used, which of course tells us how many, also to some extent how many workers are exposed, and it also tells us what kind of uses there are. So there are different kind of process codes for the use, because of course it depends on whether the carcinogen is used is risky for a worker. It depends on also on how it is used. It's not only about the tonnages, but also what kind of work processes are used. And then we know about registrations and so forth. So we have when we have this kind of solid data on the carcinogens, it does make it easier for us to agree, because then we have something to base our decisions on. And then of course we have to fine tune and use the expertise around just to try to pick up the most important ones. Tony mentioned lithium, and this is something that we have already discussed. So it's pending the classification at the moment, but as soon I think that we can reach agreement on that as soon as the classification is finalized. So and then as we said, we have this risk-based approach, which also helps us with to proceed, because we have agreed that if there are some substances for which the existing limit values, so the residual risk is higher than this 4 to 1,000 cancer cases per 1,000 workers, so that we need to act. And we have already started that process, and this is something that gives us this kind of a stepping stone, so the way forward, so that we need to react on these, pick up those substances where there is still a high residual risks, and we can all agree on the principles, and we can just then it makes it easier for us to agree also on the practical level. So, and we know the residual, we have counted the residual risk for the existing limit values. So these kind of also processes help us to find the consensus in a easier way. But we are also very collaborating very well between the interest groups and with the Commission. So yes, we can make it.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos. Creo que ya no nos quedan tiempo para más preguntas.
Thank you so much. We don't have time for more questions. We would like to finish by thanking you for your fight against work-related cancer. Thank you very much to you all for your fruitful contributions. This is the end of this roundtable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los ponentes y a la moderadora.
Thank you very much to the moderator for presenting these future action lines at the EU level. And now right now we're going to close the sessions with the director of the National Institute for Health and Safety at Work, Mr. Carlos Arraiz Cordero.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Is the microphone working? Perfect. Closing sessions, well, it's actually the worst part. Everything's been said, and you don't want to repeat anything. And I'm also convinced that all of you just want to leave, right? ASAP. You must be tired. So I'm going to be very brief. I think the event has been of great interest. We've had great reflections over the last 2 months. We're going to draw conclusions in order to continue working in the future. I think we have to put the focus in 2 key issues. First, and most importantly, to continue advancing in the substitution of hazardous substances that damage the health of workers, and to replace them with others that are more respectful to the health and the environment. As hygienists, we also have to continue focusing on continue generating knowledge on these work exposures in order to better protect workers and in order to carry out efficient preventive actions. Although I do not want to repeat the figures that were given yesterday and that have been mentioned before, we are facing a problem of huge complexity, and many times those problems required innovative and ambitious solutions. Even solutions, Carmen, if you allow me to say that they are of a utopic nature, but we still have to confront them from different lines of action with legislation that has to continue increasing that process of reducing limit values with a clear aim to improve people's workers' protection. But this legislation has to be complemented with surveillance and control measures, with work inspections, labor inspections that have been improved in these fields, and with the training to the technicians so that they can actually help small enterprises carry out these efficient preventive measures. Because when I talk about control and oversight, I'm not just talking about sanctions here. I am talking also about helping those smaller companies to be able to see this from a more efficient perspective. We need to generate preventive actions because we need to continue having tools for those smaller companies, for the self-employed. We have 3 million of people self-employed in Spain. Other ones that find it more difficult to implement this directive. We need to continue generating knowledge. We need to continue generating research, because as it has been said here, the decisions that we make need to be based on scientific evidence. We need to improve checkups, diagnosis. We need to improve health programs individually and collectively, because these measures are needed in order to continue advancing in this. And we have to also continue on awareness raising and information. We have seen different examples of campaigns. We need work environment that's better informed, a society that's better informed about the exposure to carcinogens. And those of us here, we need to ask ourselves whether the tools that have been looked at today and yesterday really are applied where we want them to be applied. And I think we can't stop asking ourselves that. We conclude the second event of the EU presidency on this topic. It's been great. It's the second event that we have done here in this venue. So we're very happy with the result of both events. And we really want to continue working till the 31st of December. Even though this may seem to be the end, this is not the end. We're going to continue working. We're very happy, as I said, of the topics that were discussed during these two events, as I said yesterday. And it was great that we were able to have these conclusions as in the event in October, and we are really happy to be able to announce that trilogue, that three-party dialogue that we reached a conclusion last week. We are very happy as the Spanish presidency of the EU Council. On the 31st of December, you will not be able to hear me, so I wish the best to our Belgian colleagues for the next EU presidency, and I would like to thank the European Commission for the support. Charlotte, thank you to all the Commission members and the team for helping us during this semester. William, thank you to the European Agency of Health and Safety for your support, for being with us. Thank you to all the speakers that have shared voluntarily with us your knowledge and your time. Thank you to all those attending, and you've all helped us to learn a bit more about exposure to carcinogen substances. Thank you also very much to the different regional offices of health and safety at work, to the different social partners here that are also part of those working groups, committees about value limits, silica, asbestos, etc. And finally, thank you to the team of the National Institute of Health and Safety at Work, because without that team, it would have been impossible to do this. It's these colleagues, the ones in the communication department, in the international relations department, the general secretariat, the whole team, even the presenter, who's not a journalist, she is a technician from our National Institute. Thank you for your work. Without all those people's work, it would have been impossible to organize that. So thank you very much to all of you. And that's all. I officially close this session, and I hope it's been satisfactory for you all. Thank you.
Que yo creo que lo he repetido ya. Por favor, disculpen, no olviden entregar sus auriculares a la salida del salón de actos.
Please give your translation headsets back. Thank you.